Well, hello everybody. Welcome to Vinyl Treasures. I'm your host, Johnny G, John Galindo, coming to you live each and every Saturday, only here on YouTube, also live. I have to mute the TV. Also live on Oldies and More Radio. I want to welcome you to the Saturday night show, November 30, 2024. As we continue through the Thanksgiving weekend here, hope everybody had a great Thanksgiving. I had a nice Thanksgiving, I have to say, with my family. We often do not get together as we did, but had a nice time. Hopefully you did too. I did a special show on Friday afternoon. I did my 78 show. I have an appointment next Thursday. That would be the 5th, so I will not be here to do that show. So I decided to do it Friday, but we're here to do the all 50s and early 60s show, all requests as selected by you, the Vinyl Treasure Show listener. And we opened up actually with a request for Indrajit Advani, and he wanted to send this one out to your host, Johnny G, a cool instrumental here. Actually, there was a little bit of vocal in the background there, but that was Big John Greer. Mostly known for his R&B vocals on the RCA, and also this was on the King record label. He played saxophone also, that tenor saxophone, that was him, Big John Greer, born in Hot Springs, Arizona, and first recording for RCA Records back in 1949, also releases on the Groove record label. This was his first of 4 on Sid Nathan's King Records, a song he wrote with Henry Glover called Record Hop. This is what we have here on a Saturday night, Record Hop, February 56. Big John Greer, that's for listener Indrajit Advani on the King record label. As we get to our Record Hop, and let's open up here with the vocal portion as we go to the Mercury record label. This, I wasn't sure I had this one on a 45, but Mercury, I think, was releasing 45s back in 1950, or at least the June of 1950 somewhere. So this is, but it's not one of those really thick Mercury, so maybe it's a little bit of a later press, I don't know. But it's on the Maroon Mercury record label, and you all know this gal, Miss Dinah Washington. This is actually a request. I don't know if David Silberg is in the YouTube chat room there, but he's got the first one because it's released in August of 1950. This is a cover tune she does, originally done a year earlier by Savannah Churchill on the Arco record label. This tune written by Benny Benjamin and George David Weiss. It's with the Teddy Stewart Orchestra from August of 1950. Miss Dinah Washington by request for listener David Silberg. It's called I'll Never Be Free. This is for David Silberg.
Time I hold somebody new, my arms grow cold, aching for you. No one can take your place, darling, in my embrace. I'll never be free. And when my lips desire, no other kiss puts out the fire. Though I may try and try, no one can satisfy this longing in me. I'll never be free from your smile so tender, the sweet surrender in your eyes. How can I be free when I still remember how you thrilled me with a sigh, just like a chain bound to my heart? apart. Each kiss I gave to you made me a slave to you. I'll never be free. Just like a chain bound to my heart, your love remains when we're apart. Each kiss I gave to you made me a slave to you. Oh, I'm just a prisoner of love, and I'll never be free.
There you go, by request for listener David Silberg in our YouTube chat room. The great sound of Dinah Washington, an early side by her from August of 1950 on the Mercury record label. Her rendition of the tune I'll Never Be Free, which was also recorded by Savannah Churchill. Johnny G here. On a Saturday, we count down the music chronologically here. Let's move into 1952 now. Fill a request for listener Rick in Philly, this great group out of Washington, D.C. They had 4 releases on the RCA record label. Rick requested their 4th and final release for the RCA label. It features Robert Evans on lead. Let's go to July of 1952 for the Heartbreakers. The Heartbreakers on RCA Records. The song is called There Is Time.
There is time enough to see that you belong to me and that I belong to you. For the moon is out tonight, the stars are shining bright, and my love is burning in deep in my heart. Though the clouds appear, please remember, dear, there is time to think and to dream of you. The warmth of your embrace, your sweet and smiling face prove to me that there is time, sweetheart. There is time, sweetheart.
Oh, wow, that's the great sound of the Heartbreakers. They are a great, great group. They should have been recognized more during their career. Very unfortunate, especially with a company like RCA. You think they would have promoted them, but they didn't know how to promote the R&B records on the early RCAs. They did not. July 1952, that's Robert Evans on lead with the Heartbreakers. Their 4th release for the RCA label, There Is Time, is the name of the tune. Now, the group would break up in early 1953. 2 went on to join the Griffins that recorded for the Mercury record label, and the others went to the Tops that recorded for the Red Robin record label. Johnny G spinning your requests here here on a Saturday evening. We move into the year 1953. We play R&B records here too, and this is a request for listener Joseph Smith, aka Oldies Fan, in our YouTube chat room. You know this artist, originally from Albany, Georgia. You may have seen a movie called Ray, where Jamie Foxx played his part. He had the title role. I think he received an Academy Award for his performance, as this song was featured in the movie. This is his third release on the Atlantic record label. Let's go to July of 1953. By request for Joseph Smith, Ray Charles on the Atlantic record label, and the song is called A Mess Around for Joseph Smith.
You can talk about the pit barbecue. The band was jumping, the people too. Mess around. They're doing the mess around. They're doing the mess around. Everybody doing the mess around. Everybody was juice, you can bet your soul. They did the boogie woogie with a steady roll. They mess around. They're doing the mess around. They're doing the mess around. Everybody doing the mess around. Now, when I say stop, don't you move a peg. When I say go, just shake your leg and do the mess around. I declare, doing the mess around. Yeah, do the mess around. Everybody's doing the mess around. Now let me have it there, boy. Now you got it, boy. Yeah! Oh, mess around. Go mess around. Mess around, boy. Now this band's gonna play from 9 to 1. Everybody here's gonna have some fun doing the mess around. Doing the mess around. They're doing the mess around. Everybody doing the mess around. Now you see that girl with that diamond ring. She knows how to shake that thing, mess around. I declare she can mess around. Mess around. Everybody do the mess around.
There you go. That one there going out to Oldies Fan, a.k.a. Joseph Smith, in our YouTube chat room. That's the sound of Ray Charles. Ray Charles on the from July 1953 on the Yellow and Black Atlantic record label. Song entitled Mess Around. Johnny G messing around here on a Saturday evening. Thank you all for being here. If you're new to the program, those of you tuned in on YouTube, please consider subscribing to my YouTube channel. This is the third show of the week. It's the big show here on Saturday night. I play the records by year, and we do it in blocks. We are in the year 1953 now. Let's fill a request for listener Daniel Kubacki in our YouTube chat room. This was the very first release on George Goldner's Rama record label, actually newly formed Rama label, back in early 1953. And no info on this group. as it was their first of two on the Rama record label. And this group was managed by Cliff Martinez, and the song directed by Bert Keys. And I remember buying this. I won this in a John Tefteller auction many, many years ago. Let's go to February of 1953 for the Five Buds. The Five Buds on the Rama label for Daniel Kubacki. It's called Midnight. That's by request for listener Daniel Kubacki in our YouTube chat room. That's the sound of the Five Buds, their first of two on George Goldner's Rama record label, February 53 release. Midnight is the name of the tune. Johnny G will be here past midnight tonight. And we're hoping Joe Shacatano is a little bit under the weather, so he's not in our chat room. But I got two requests coming up for Joe later in the program as we continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. We got one more. Oh, no, actually, we got a few more. Did I say one? We got more. So let's fill a request for listener James Stone in our YouTube chat room. This gal born Fannie Tuell in Essex County, New Jersey. She was caught singing at the Royal Peacock Club in Atlanta by R&B singer Ruth Brown, and she was able to get Ruth was able to get her on an audition for Herb Abramson, son of the Atlantic record label, and she joined the Joe Morris Cavalcade, using her married name, Faye Shrugs. And wait a minute. but she moved over to Al Silver's Herald record label. No, he moved over to Al Silver's. No, Joe Morris moved over to Al Silver's Herald record label, and as many did, like Johnny Otis did when he moved over to Newark with Herman Lubinsky. So did Joe Morris. He brought his cavalcades of singers that sang with him over to the Atlantic folks. And but then she switched to Al Silver's Herald record label when he switched to Herald Records too. And she decided to change her name, and she became Faye Adams. And you know her first release on the Herald record label, a song called Shake a Hand, but James requested her follow-up to that, her second of 14 for the Herald label. And it's with the Joe Morris Orchestra, of course. And I think Alan Freed coined her the little gal with the big voice. And this is from November of 1953. Let's give a listen to Faye Adams. Faye Adams on the Herald record label. This is for James Stone. It's called I'll Be True.
I'll be true to you. I'll be true to you. I'll be true to you. No matter what you do. Don't tell me about your troubles, 'cause I've got troubles too. Just call me honey, honey, and I'll be true to you. Don't ever try to fool me, 'cause I know what to do. Just treat me kind and tender, and I'll be true to you. Yeah! I'll be true to you. I'll be true to you. I'll be true to you. No matter what you do. If I can ever help you, I'll do what I can do. Just step right up and ask me, and I'll be true to you. I know what I am doing, and I hope that you do too. Just let me see you near me, and I'll be true to you. 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 No matter what you do. Don't tell me about your troubles, 'cause I've got troubles too. Just call me honey, honey, and I'll be true to you. Don't ever try to fool me, 'cause I know what to do. Just treat me kind and tender, and I'll be true to you. Yeah! I'll be true to you. I'll be true to you. I'll be true to you. No matter what you do.
There you go. That's a great sound. Great sound there by Faye Adams. Great R&B tune there by request for listener James Stone, November 1953. That's on Al Silver's Herald record label. Got a nice red vinyl copy on that, which actually plays pretty nice. Sometimes you never know what you get with the red vinyl. I'll talk about it with the next record, but that tune there, song entitled I'll Be True, is the name of the tune. Do you know that Bill Haley covered this song too, by the way? He covered it in December of 1953, Bill Haley and his Comets. I have it on the Essex record label. Yes, I do. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. One more from the year 1953. This is actually a request For listener Mike Sape in Connecticut, he's in our YouTube chat room. He wants to send this one out to both Frank Chingaro and Joe Shacatano. This tune, this group from Baltimore, Maryland, this is their third and final release on Bob and Morty Shad's Jack's label before it switched to Harlem Records, too, by the way. And I played the flip of this not too long ago, a song, their version of A Sunday Kind of Love. And this only came, I guess these all came out on red vinyl, which supposedly were the promos, at least at this stage. Anything that was put out on red vinyl at this time was considered a promo. And I don't recall seeing any records from the early 50s that say DJ copy. Maybe there are, but or special copy or promotional or whatever, but not on these some of these R&B records. And but anyway, this is from November of 1953. It features Bobby Hall on lead. This is Bobby Hall and the Kings from November 53 on Jack's Records, JAX. This plays, there's like something wrong with this. This record looks immaculate, but it's got some kind of issue. Maybe it's a pressing defect. I don't know, but I wasn't happy with it. But it's not that easy to find. It isn't. But anyway, for Mike Sape, sending it out to Joe Shacatano and Frank Chingaro, Bobby Hall and the Kings. It's called Love No One from November 1953. That's November 1953 release there. For Bobby Hall and the Kings, it's on the Jack's record label. Love No One is the name of the tune. That one there by request for listener Mike Sape in our YouTube chat room, sending it out to both Frank Chingaro and Joe Shacatano. And Jack's, I mentioned, would later become Harlem Records. And Bobby Hall, he would eventually be replaced by Adolphus Holcomb, who would take over the reins of lead singer for their other other releases, and they would be known as the Kings. They have a lot of great records on many different labels during their career. And so I guess Marvin Pod says that the Jack's these releases were all on red vinyl, and because I know when they became Harlem Records, you can get a lot of the records on red vinyl and black vinyl. So maybe they only pressed them because maybe they were only promo copies. It's possible, except for that one that Alan Freed played that comes on that kitty, that I think they call it kitty red vinyl versus the nice clear red vinyl. Johnny babbling here as we continue here. Let's go to 1954 now. Fill a request for Edmund Williams as we go to Harlem, New York. Featured the flip side of this. I think it was Frank Chingaro that requested the group's second release, the follow-up to Gloria, a song called Wishing Well. And Edmund Williams requested the flip side of that. It features the great Earl Carroll on lead. This is the flip side of Wishing Well from November 54 by the Cadillacs on Jerry Blaine's Josie Records. The tune is called I Want to Know About Love. This is for Edmund Williams in Queens, New York.
Oh baby, oh honey, take my money. Oh baby, well pretty baby, I want to know about love. Know about love. Teach me baby, squeeze me honey, please me baby. Oh baby, don't hurt me, don't desert me. Oh baby, well pretty baby, I want to know about love. Know about love. Well, took my money, left me dry. Now, pretty baby, the tears run down my eyes. Oh, baby, oh, honey, don't hurt me, don't desert me. Well, pretty baby, I want to know about love. About love. My money left me in the cold. What's the matter, baby? You're going at my gold, baby. Oh, honey, don't hurt me, don't desert me. Well, pretty baby, I want to know about love. Oh, baby, oh, honey, take my money. Oh, baby, don't hurt me, don't desert me. Oh, baby, well, pretty baby, I want to know about love. Well, pretty baby, I want to know about love.
As by request for listener Edmund Williams, the great sound of the Cadillacs. They're out of Harlem, New York. That's their second release on Jerry Blaine's Josie record label with Jesse Powell and the orchestra behind them. November 54. I Want to Know About Love. Earl Carroll on lead, the flip side of Wishing Well. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Fill a request for listener Casey Hines in Paris. This group from the Bronx, New York, signed with Joe Davis's JD record label in July 1954. This was their debut single. Tune written by the second tenor of the group is named Harold Johnson. It features the great Lillian Leach on lead. This is from August of 1954 for Casey Hines, The Mellows. Lillian Leach and The Mellows on JD Records. It's called How Sentimental Can I Be? The Mellows.
I'm not the one to hide my feelings, to run away and cry. I stay in crowds, laughing out loud. Friends question my false gaiety. Since you've been away, how sentimental can I be? Can I be? I go to town, watching all clowns. They all laugh back at me. Since you've been away, how sentimental can I be? Now mornings when I rise and wipe my weeping eyes,
Dreams can never take your place.
oh, mornings when I rise and wipe my weeping eyes, 'tis then
I see your face.
my darling, I need someone new. I'm lost without you. You hold my love, my destiny. Since you've been away, how sentimental can I be? How sentimental can I be?
How sentimental can I be?
Wow, the great sound of the Mellows. Lillian Leach and the Mellows there, August 1954. That's their debut single, their first of four on Joe Davis's JD record label out of New York City. That's by request for Casey Hines. It's called How Sentimental Can I Be? I know my mother liked that tune. Lots of people like that song there in the YouTube chat room there. What a great tune that is. Let's continue here. In the year 1954, last week, I featured this great group out of Washington, D.C., the Clovers. David Silberg requested their tune Blue... No, was it... David, was it you that requested it? I don't know, Charlene. David requested the one that we played by... Arthur Prysock, we did. But I forget who requested this side. Was it David? I don't know if it was you or not. But anyway, I played Blue Velvet last week on the Atlantic label by the Clovers. It was Julian McCroy that wanted to hear the flip side. So let's flip the 45 over here. A tune written by Eddie Curtis. It's the group's 12th release on Atlantic Records. We go to December of 1954. This is John Buddy Bailey on lead. The Clovers on Atlantic, with their tune called If You Love Me, parentheses, Why Don't You Tell Me So? This is for Julian McCroy.
Do, baby, 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 do. If you love me, baby, why don't you tell me so?
If you love me, why don't you tell me so? If you love me, why don't you tell me so? If you your heart yearns for me, why keep it a mystery? If you love me, why don't you tell me so? If you're mine, babe, I've got a right to know. If you're mine, babe, I've got a right to know. If it's me you adore, then thrill me just once more. If you're mine, babe, I've got a right to know. Do, baby, do, do, baby, do, do, baby, do, baby, do, baby, do, do, baby, do, do, baby, do. Why don't you tell me so? If you love me, why don't you tell me so? If I'm part of your plan, then baby tell me that I'm your man. If you love me, why don't you tell me so?
There you go. That's going out to Julian McCroy. That's the flip side of Blue Velvet. It was Casey Hines in Paris that requested that. I don't know why Charlene put you down, David. You did request the one by Arthur Prysock a number of weeks ago. But that one there, the great sound of John Buddy Bailey on lead, the Clovers, the flip side of Blue Velvet from December 54, a song entitled If You Love Me, parentheses, why don't you tell me so? Not let me know. Tell me so. As we continue here on the 50s and early 60s edition of the Vinyl Treasure Show, let's go to Queens, New York, as we fill a request for listener Rick in Philly. This group had 6 releases on Saul Rabinowitz's Baton record label. Well, maybe, was it 6, including that last one that was a reissue? I don't know. But this is their 3rd release. As Gene Pearson did most of the leads for this group called the Rivileers. 1,000 Stars, you may know, that's their debut single. They were the originators of that tune, and on For Sentimental Reasons and others. But this song features Alfonso Delaney on lead. He also wrote this tune, and this, I think, is probably the rarest of their releases, if I'm not mistaken. This was the hardest one for me to find, I think. September 54, going out to Rick in Philly. He's in our YouTube chat room. The Rivileers on Baton. The song is called Carolyn.
Carolyn, you are the one that I adore. You are the one that captured my heart. With all your faith and your love, faith and love, Carolyn. You are the one that makes my life worthwhile. You are the one that have those endearing charms that made your love fade into my heart. Oh yes, yes, my heart. Your eyes so true. Oh, Carolyn, I love you so. Oh, love you so. Your eyes are so gorgeous, and your lips are so divine. You're so full of kindness. That's why I can't help loving you, Carolyn. I hope you'll always live a happy life, and still my love will be for you, oh so true. Oh Carolyn, I love you so.
As September 54 release there, by request for Rick and Philly in our YouTube chat room, the sound of the Rivileers, their third release on Baton Records out of New York City. Carolyn is the name of that one there, with Alfonso Delaney on lead. Let's continue here, and let's move into 1955 with a flipside request for listener Daniel Kubacki, as we played the B-side, the intended B-side of this 45 for listener Chris Reed, who's in our YouTube chat room. This was on Henry Stone's chart label. He was out of Miami, Florida. The group was called The Champions, and we played the side called Keep a Rockin', and Daryl requested the intended A-side. And I guess due to the fact that Hank Ballard and the Midnighters were having all those Annie records, Annie Had a Baby, Annie's Aunt Fanny, Henry Had Big Feet, all these things here, that was kind of like a gimmick at the time to do an Annie record. And that's what this is, from August of 1955, by request for listener Daryl Letts in our YouTube chat room. These are the Champions on Chart Records with Annie Met Henry for Daryl.
Oh, Annie met Henry down the street. They got together with the greatest beat. Annie and Henry sure look neat. They danced all night with Henry's flat feet. Henry roll, roll, roll.
We'll keep a rolling.
Henry rock, rock, rock.
We'll keep a rockin'.
Henry dance, dance,
We'll
dance.
keep a dancing. That was the start of a bigger romance.
Annie looked at Henry with her big brown eyes. Henry looked at Annie and realized what a chance for a great romance. The only thing Henry could do was dance. Annie roll, roll, roll.
We'll keep a rolling.
Yes, Annie rock, rock,
We'll keep a rockin'.
yes, Henry dance, dance,
We'll
dance,
keep on
dance.
dancing. Sure look like a bigger romance.
And Annie sure looked cute. Henry all dressed in his new suit. Annie had on her silk and lace. When they danced, you know they set the pace. Annie roll, roll, roll.
We'll keep a rolling.
Annie rocked, rock,
We'll keep a rockin'.
Henry dance, dance,
We'll
dance.
keep a
yeah.
dancing. The time was close for a bigger romance. For the rest of my life, and they roll, roll, roll. We'll keep a rolling.
You know they rock, rock,
We'll
rock.
keep a
Yes,
rockin'.
you know they dance, dance,
We'll
dance.
keep a
Yes.
dancing. That's the story of a bigger romance.
There you go, by request there for listener Darrell Letts there, the sound of the Champions. The Champions from August 1955 on the chart record label. That is Henry Stone's Chart Records. Yes, he became Henry Stone, had like a second calling when he had his TK record label down in Florida during the disco craze there. Made lots of money with all those acts on the TK record label. But that's R&B, cool R&B tune. Annie Med Henry. What I wanted to say was, those of you that are established collectors, or have been collecting for a long time, and I know other collectors out there like myself have records, and I just noticed it on here too. It's hard to see with the maroon label. There was a collector out there, and maybe somebody knows his name. He wrote his name so neatly on the label. It says, I think it's Dom, maybe for Dominic. I don't think it's Dominic D'Elia though. It says Dom. You'll see it really close. See that? D-O-M? I have a number of records. I forget where I got this, and it's weird because, Spence would bring me over records with that in it, but I've seen other postings of labels with Dom on the label there. So I don't know whose collection it was, but he had some great records in his collection. I mean, I've seen it on some really rare records also. I think if you look through Louis Silvani's book, Collecting Rare Records, there are some pictures of it there too. So I don't know who Dom was. If somebody knows who Dom was, please email Johnny G at vinyltreasures@AOL.com. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Let's fill a request for listener Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room as we go to Philadelphia for the great sound of this group. The first recording for the Grand label in 1955. I know many of you familiar with that song, Tears in My Eyes, but this was their follow-up on that Grand release. And the masters that were sold, well, I would say this master was recorded for the Grand label and sold to the Roland label, so they ended up putting this record out. It features Kent Peeler on lead. Kent Peeler, of course, would go on to become the lead singer of the Universals that recorded for the Mark X record label back in 57. And but the interesting thing about this record is that Jarrett Weinstein and Eddie Grice would acquire the original stampers of this song and repress them and put them out as new originals. They were slightly thinner, not as thick as the original, and the sound quality not really as good as the original, but that's what happened. And there were other people that did that too, by the way. But let's go to late 1955. Fill this request for listener Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room. These are the Dreamers. The Dreamers with Kent Peeler on lead on the Roland record label. The song is called No Man is an Island for Gordy.
I've learned to pray, and
have known.
Out of Philadelphia there, the sound of the Dreamers, a late 1955 release. It's on the Rollin' record label. That one there by request for Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room. No Man is an Island is the name of the tune. That's Kent Peeler on lead. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. And I feel on the November 9th, I played a request for listener Frank Chingaro by this group on Woody Hinderling's Bullseye record label. They were called the Sabers, a song entitled You Can Depend on Me. Now, Frank also requested the flip side. Now, I don't know why this side does not play as good as the other side. Don't get me wrong, but something going on in this record, and I don't know what it is, but we're going to hear it. Maybe it was the needle today. I changed the needles today. I don't know, but let's see. But let's go to December of 55. Let's flip over the Sabers, You Can Depend on Me, on Bullseye Records, and give a listen to the flip side. It goes out to listener Frank Chingaro and Jerry that are tuned into the program tonight. The song is called Calypso Baby.
Walk a little baby, you know I love you. I put no one behind you. Calypso baby, I'll never let you go. Walk a little baby, don't say no, just say baby, and let's go. Calypso baby, I'll never let you go. I'd like to take you out to dine and leave a troubles way behind. And if we have no place to go, let's get together and calypso. Calypso baby, you know I love you. I put no other one before you. Calypso baby, I'll never let you go. I'd like to take you out to dine and leave the troubles way behind. And if we have no place to go, let's get together and calypso. Calypso baby, don't say no, just say maybe, and let us go. Calypso baby, I'll never let you go.
That's December 1955 release there for the Sabers. The Sabers on the Bullseye record label. Song entitled Calypso Baby. That we're going to send that one out to Frank and Jerry Chingaro tuned into the program. Of course, Frank Chingaro, one of the co-hosts of the Rhythm and Blues Serenade. Frank Chingaro and Gordon Skagberg, they do that show every Sunday beginning at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, 3 to 5 p.m. on WRHU FM 88.7 FM, streaming on WRHU.org. And if you like this kind of music on original vinyl, tune into the program Sundays from 3 to 5 p.m. Eastern Time, the Rhythm and Blues Serenade with Frank and Gordon. And Frank's been playing 78s now. That is a very good thing as we continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. And up next, we go back to the Atlantic record label and fill a request for listener Julian McCroy. And I played her just yesterday. Her real name, Ruth Weston, from Portsmouth, Virginia. She signed with Atlantic Records back in 1949, and she had 44 releases on the Atlantic record label. Now, this is her 24th release. This tune written by Ted Jarrett, and yes, and this is actually a cover tune. This was first done by Louis Brooks and his High Toppers. Came out in May of 1955 on the Excello record label. This is a cover of that tune as we go to August of 55 for Miss Ruth Brown. Ruth Brown on the Yellow and Black Atlantic. This is going out to Julian McCroy. It's called It's Love Baby, parentheses, 24 hours of the day. Ruth Brown.
Baby, I don't know why I love you. I don't know why I feel this way. Baby, I don't know why I love you. I don't know why I feel this way. But I think about you, baby, 24 hours of the day. Well, honey, my days and nights are lonely. I need your loving through the day. Well, honey, my days and nights are lonely. I need your loving through the day. And I'd go home to my darling 24 hours of the day. From 5 o'clock in the early evening till 6 o'clock in the early morning, I could squeeze you with all of my might if I can love you till the broad daylight. Well, I'd come home to my darling 24 hours of the day. In the early evening, well, it's 6 o'clock in the early morning, I could squeeze you with all of my might if I could love you till the broad daylight. Well, I'd come home to my darling 24 hours of the day.
I got to play more Ruth Brown here on the program. Got all her records, I do, but maybe you're missing a couple of her really early ones that only come out on a 78. But there you go, August 1955. That's going out to Julian McCroy. Sound of Ruth Brown. Ruth Brown on the Atlantic record label. It's Love Baby 24 hours a day. What does she have on her mind? I don't know. As we continue here and we move into the year 1956, let's fill a request for listener Timothy in our YouTube chat room as we head to Chicago, Illinois now, to a label called Marterry. The Marterry label, which was named after Leonard Chess's son, Marshall, and his brother, Phil Chess's son, Terry. That's how they got Marterry Records. And of course, this label would turn into the Argo record label. So I don't know why maybe they figured it was better to be called Argo. I don't know. But anyway, after band leader Ralph Martery, who lives, actually, here you go. There is a reason. It was after band leader Ralph Martery, who lived in Chicago and recorded for Mercury, complained, but not much is known. They complained about it, so they said, you know what? That's too close to my name, Martery, so you got to change it. So they changed it to Argo, but not much is known about this group. But this was the first release on the label. This was a number 2 record on WHLS in Port Huron, Michigan. So let's go to February of 56. This group called the Daps with 1 P. Yes, the Daps on Martery Records for Timothy. It's called When You're Alone.
When you're alone, darling, please think of me. When you're alone, is it love that you see while you're away? Oh, I sometimes cry to think you said you loved me and now it's goodbye. When you're alone, do you feel my touch? When you're alone, do you love me as much? So sorry, dear, I know I'm to blame. Forgive me, please forgive me. Our love is still the same. Oh, please come home. Give me one more chance. The way we loved was a perfect romance. When you return, oh, how my heart will yearn to know it's you, my darling, for I have you.
That's February 1956 release there for the Daps. That's by request for Timothy in our YouTube chat room. That's a styrene press, though I think there might be vinyl presses of that too, if I'm not mistaken. I have that on a 78 also, by the way. But those are the Daps. When You're Alone is the name of the tune. There you go. As we continue here, we are in the year 1956, and let's go to Detroit, Michigan. We fill a request for listener Daniel Kubacki. This group first recorded as the Serenaders. They've recorded for the JVB, Coral, Red Robin, Swing Time, and Deluxe Records before they changed their name to the Royal Jokers. Now, Daniel requested their second of 3 on the Atco record label. As we go to September of 1956, it features Willie Jones on lead. They're called the Royal Jokers. The Royal Jokers on the Atco label. It's called Don't Leave Me, Fanny, for Daniel.
da. Whoa, da 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 da. Whoa, da 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 da. Whoa, da 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 da.
Don't leave me, Patty. Don't leave me, Patty. Please don't leave me, Patty. Don't leave me, Patty. Don't leave me, Patty. I'm in love with you. I love you, woman. 100%. That's why I'm standing hard. Your punishment. You drug my poor heart all down in the dirt. Why should my love for you just bring me hurt? Well, I'm weak and I'm willing to beg you on my knees for your love so thrilling. So please stay here with me. Well, I'm strong and I'm able to work so hard to please. Your love is like a cable. Please don't set me free. Don't leave me, Patty. 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 I'm in love with you. In love with you, in love with you. And I'm studying. Girl, you can't go wrong. One kiss, and I'm ready to love you all day long. Don't leave me, Patty. 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 I'm in love with you. In love with you, in love with you, in love with you. I'm in love with you.
There you go, by request for listener Daniel Kubacki in our YouTube chat room. That's the sound of the Royal Jokers. Willie Jones and the Royal Jokers there, September 1956, their second of three on the Atco record label. Don't Leave Me, Fanny is the name of the tune. Let's go to, I think this, actually, let's see. We go to Chicago now. I think this group is out of Chicago. Let me see. Yes. Wait a minute. Freddie Gorman on lead here. Okay. All right. Well, anyway, let's fill a request for listener Chris Reed. We go to Jerry Blaine's Josie record label. Band leader gets the credit on this. His name, Sax Carey. His real name was Isaac Columbus Toombs Jr., though, but he used Sax Carey, and he's on a lot of the records. If those of you that collect the Chicago sound, you'll see his name on many records as band leader or writer. He owned a bunch of labels, too, all over the place. There were certain people in a lot of the major cities that were so important to this music and had a I guess we can call it a lasting effect, really, with what they did and produced, the music, the writing, etc. And the group here is called the Quail Tones, and I'm trying to think. I had other information on this, but she's got here that this singer, the lead singer here, would eventually be the lead singer of the Originals that recorded for the Motown Empire. His name, Freddie Gorman. Freddie Gorman on lead here, October 1956. The Quail Tones, by request for listener Chris Reed in our YouTube chat room. The song is called Tears of Love. This is for Chris Reed.
Tears of love have filled my eyes, and at last I realize there's no one for me but you, for me but you. Tears of love every time your name is called. There's no one for me but you.
There you go. That's by request for Chris Reed in our YouTube chat room. They're called the Quail Tones. Actually, it says Sax Carry and the Quail Tones. October 1956 release there. That's on Jerry Blaine's Josie record label. Kind of odd that the group from Chicago ends up on the Josie record label, but there you go. And Freddie Gorman, he's the lead singer on that. Interesting that, I guess, you know, they tried everything to try to get hits here. I think that record, it belonged to Nick Nicole. I bought that. He used to put in when he was selling out his collection at the time. I think he was taking out small ads in Discoveries or Goldmine. I forget which one it was. And I won a number of his records there. I mean, they weren't cheap records, I can tell you that much. But that's not an easy record to find, I can tell you that. Let's continue here and fill a request for listener George Chestnut. I know George is tuned into the program. And every time I hear this song, I really have, it brings back lots of great memories of my Aunt Mary, because she would play this song. It was on her Jubilee compilation LP, which I think is the greatest LP ever, and my favorite. It was called Rumble. You know, it was like a battle of the groups, and it brings back great memories. The battle of the groups, it was with the Love Notes, the Channels, the Continentals, and this group from Harlem, New York. It's their second of three on Danny Robinson's Holiday record label. It features Ernest Harrison on lead. Let's go to November of 1956. Fill a request for George Chestnut. These are the Bop Cords. The Bop Cords on the Holiday label. It's called When I Woke Up This Morning for George.
When I woke up this morning, you were not there. As I searched for you, darling, I said a prayer. When I woke up this morning, you were not by my side. When I
That's the sound of New York City here on the Vinyl Treasure Show by request for listener George Chestnut, November 56. The great sound of the Bop Cords there. Bop Cords on the Holiday record label, their follow-up to Castle in the Sky, a song entitled When I Woke Up This Morning. And again, that's available on that Rumble LP. I think it's also, I think Relic put it out as, and they have bonus tracks on there that weren't on that LP. Like My Darling to You, I think was put on that, and other ones too. But it's a great album. I think it's probably, for me, if anybody asked me what's Johnny G's favorite album, that would have to be it. And what a great name for a group, the Bop Cords, really. And there you go. That's on the Black and Silver Holiday record label. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. And this record here that I have up next came out as I guess we're going to call it a reissue. It came out in December of 1961, but it was actually recorded in December of 1956. And we heard a version of this song as done by the Clovers, John Buddy Bailey and the Clovers. And a couple weeks ago, David Silberg requested a request for Arthur Prysock's version on the Decca record label. Well, I think it was Frank Gingaro that mentioned, Johnny G, you got to play the Moonglows version of the song. So we're going to do that. We're going to send it out to Jerry and Frank Gingaro, as these are the Moonglows. They recorded this tune. Bobby Lester on lead with the Moonglows. Recorded it in December 56. They put it out. Chess did in December of 61. These are the Moonglows on Chess with their version of Blue Velvet. We'll send it out to Frank and Jerry.
Softer than satin was the light from the stars. She wore blue velvet, bluer than velvet were her eyes. Warmer than made her tender sigh. Love was ours. Ours alive now, tightly feeling the raptures grow. Like a flame burning brightly, but when she left, gone was the glow for blue velvet. But in my heart there'll always be precious and warm memory. Through the years, and I still can see blue velvet through my tears. Blue velvet.
Yeah, we'll send that one out to Frank and Jerry Gingaro, tuned into the program tonight. The great sound of Bobby Lester and the Moonglows. Now, that one there, Marvin Pod mentions it came out initially on an LP, a Chess LP. I wonder why they did not release this record. Maybe because they were doing upbeat tunes back. This again, they recorded this in December of '56, so they put that, Marv says, as a one of the fillers in the LP. You know, probably 12 songs on the LP. They needed another. They put that on there. But maybe because it was just a different sound. I don't know. They should have put that out. But it came out on a 45. Chess put it out in December of '61. Their rendition of the tune Blue Velvet. Johnny G is your disc jockey here on a Saturday evening. This is the third show of the week. I was on Wednesday nights, I do a soul show. So if you like 1960s and early 70s soul music, tune into that Wednesday night show right here on YouTube, also live on Oldies and More Radio. And then I do a 78 show. That is at 2 p.m. in the afternoon, 2 p.m. Eastern time. And I was on till about 5 o'clock. I had about 40 or so 78s that I spin from starting in the 1940s, sometimes in the 30s, and I ended with a 58 record by Wade Flemons and the Newcomers. Then this is the big show of the weekend on Saturday night right here on YouTube and Oldies and More Radio. So if you have a request, you can send it to me at vinyltreasures@aol.com. Also, if you're new, please tell your friends about the show, and also consider subscribing to my YouTube channel and click that thumbs up if you dig what I'm doing here. I don't know many people that do this, at least with a visual. This is called educational entertainment. Does that sound better? Because YouTube sometimes is a pain because I can't play certain records, but their artificial intelligence identifies the music as I play it. So if I have something that comes along the way of a copyright issue that they have flagged, they can penalize me for that. So that's why I can't play big hits, because it's actually too risky. But I'm sure many of you, well, except for the collectors, the collectors that are the established collectors that tune into this program, they know a lot of these records. They've heard them in the past. They are a little bit older than Johnny G and more seasoned when it comes to a lot of the music. But listen, I'm from the disco era. I graduated high school in 1976. It was my aunt that exposed me to this music but she was born 1943. So I think 43, right, Ma? I didn't mess that up. But she had all the records. She had like 800 records as a 15-year-old. What 15-year-old has 500 records in their collection? Because she bought them from all over the place. She bought them on sound, not because, and it could be some obscure music, but again, she would have Richie Valens next to the Valentines, so whatever was played on, and she even had Buddy Holly stuff in her collection. And she even liked Johnny Cash. She bought Understand Your Man by Johnny Cash. What was that, in 63 on Columbia? But she had that in her collection. I Babylon. As we continue here, and let's fill a request for listener David Silberg in our YouTube chat room, as this was the group's follow-up to Oh What a Night on Vivian Carter's VJ record label. I'm talking about the Dells, the tune written by the lead singer Marvin Jr., and it's with Al Smith and the orchestra. Let's go to December of 1956. It's going out to David Silberg in our YouTube chat room. These are the Dells on the VJ record label. The song is called I Wanna Go Home, for David Silberg.
Well, I wanna go home. I wanna go home. I wanna go home, home to see my baby. Can I come home? Oh, 'cause I'm alone. Yes, I'm alone. I wanna go home, go home. I'm alone. I'm alone. my baby walking on by my eye, I just roll over, baby, grab the pillow and hold it tight, 'cause I'm alone, so alone. I wanna go home. Can I go home? I wanna go home, go home. I'm alone, I'm alone. Well, I'm walking down the middle of 7th Avenue. Every little girl I see, I just hope that it's you, 'cause I'm alone. So alone, Lord, I wanna go home. Can I go home? I wanna go home, go home. I'm alone. I'm alone. My baby's gone. I'm alone. I'm so alone. I wanna go home where I belong. I wanna go home, go home. Hey, hear my plea. Can I come home? I wanna go home. Well, I can see my baby walking on by my eye. I just roll over, baby, grab the pillow and hold it tight, 'cause I'm alone, so alone. I wanna go home. I wanna go home. I wanna go home. I'm alone. I'm alone. I'm alone. I'm alone.
That's the great sound of the Dells. One that often doesn't get played, though, but that's a great request there by David Silberg in our YouTube chat room, December 56. That's their follow-up to Oh What a Night, their fourth release on the VJ record label, I Wanna Go Home. Not yet to go home, not yet. We're going to continue here. We are in the 1956 block. Let's fill a request for listener Joe Shacatano now for this next group. They were probably best known for their background sessions that they would do, first with the Atlantic Records backing up the likes of the, they went under different names, I meant to say, like the Rhythm Makers, the Gliders, the Ivory Tones, the Blue Kings. I think they also recorded as the Playboys, and they were farmed out to other labels too, like Groove. On Groove, they were the Four Students, I think. And then they also had their own recordings, first recording for the Lamp label back in 1954, then with releases on Jubilee, I think it was in 1955, May 55. But then they signed with Capitol Records. They had 5 releases on the Capitol label, and this is their 5th release. Requested by Joe Shacatano from November of 56. They're called the Q's, C-U-E-S, the Q's. It features Ollie Jones on lead. For Joe Shacatano, the Q's with Prince or Pauper.
I'm a prince or a pauper, I can change just like that. It depends upon whether you will love me or not. I'm a prince when you're near me. All the world is my throne. I'm a pauper without you, who is lost and alone. You can take me up higher, higher, higher than a star seems to be. You can let me down lower, lower, lower than the bottomless the answer that my fate holds for me. Am I prince? Am I pauper? Which one will I be? Which one will I be?
That's November 56 release there for the Q's by request. For listener Joe Shacatano, that's their 5th release on the Capitol record label. That's Ollie Jones on lead. Prince or Pauper is the name of the tunes. Yeah, I mentioned that the rhythm makers, what they backed up Ruth Brown. The Gliders backed up Laverne Baker. The Ivory Tones backed up Ivory Joe Hunter. The Blues Kings, they were the backup to Big Joe Turner, right? And what else? And I don't know, the Four Students backed up a couple of people on there. I forget, the Oscar Black and who's the gal? Sue Allen, was that her name anyway? Johnny G, drawing a blank here on a Saturday. Let's continue here, and we move into the year 1957 now. Finally found this record for listener James Stone. And the reason why I found it is because Charlene had it spelled wrong. She had it spelled with a B-R. So I was like, that's why I couldn't find it. So I said, let me check one more time in the box. And there it was, this singer from Martin, Pennsylvania. First recording back in 1954 on the Blue Ribbon label as Cowboy Joe Bisco, B-I-S-K-O. Then in 1956, he signed with Joe Averbach's Phoebe Records out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and he would be backed up by the Del Vikings on his second release for Phoebe, a song that I played here. Somebody requested it. Was it Bob Bosco that requested it from my mother, I think? What Made Maggie Run? But after leaving Phoebe Records, his next stop was Decca Records. He had one release on the Decca label that James Stone requested. I found it. He's being backed up by the Anita Kerr Quartet on this, and this is with Sid Bass and his orchestra from August of 1957 by request for James Stone. Joey Bisco, you got the R in there, Charlene. Joey Bisco on the Decca label. It's called You Lovin' Doll for James Stone.
Choo-choo-wawa, choo-choo-wawa, choo-choo-wawa day.
You lovin' doll.
Choo-choo-wawa, choo-choo-wawa, choo-choo-wawa day.
You lovin' doll. You lovin' doll.
You lovin' doll.
You lovin' doll.
I had to fall.
You lovin' doll.
You lovin' doll.
You lovin' doll.
Baby, oh baby, I haven't any sense. You got me walking like a tiger on the fence. You lovin' doll.
You lovin' doll.
You lovin' doll.
You lovin' doll.
I had to fall. You lovin' doll.
You lovin' doll.
Baby, oh baby, I'll never know just why. You got me flying like a sugar butterfly. You lovin' doll.
You lovin' doll.
You lovin' doll.
You lovin' doll.
You lovin' doll. You lovin' doll. You lovin' doll. You lovin' doll. You lovin' doll. You lovin' doll. You lovin' doll. You lovin' doll. You lovin' doll.
You lovin' doll.
You lovin' doll.
You lovin' doll.
I had to fall.
You lovin' doll.
You lovin' doll.
You lovin' doll.
Baby, oh baby, the pump is in the well. You got me swinging like a crazy ringing bell. You lovin' doll.
You lovin' doll.
You lovin' doll.
You lovin' doll.
I had to fall. You lovin' doll.
Lovin' doll.
You 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 lovin' doll.
There you go, from August 1957, by request for James Stone, Joey Bisco. Joey Bisco on the Decca record label, his tune called You Lovin' Doll. Let's continue in the year 1957. Fill a request for listener Paul Michel as we go to this group out of Newark, New Jersey. Their founder and lead singer of the group, his name is George Kerr. Now, many of you that listen to my soul show may know that name, George Kerr, and he discovered some excellent acts. I think Linda Jones, I think he discovered, those of you that tune into my 60s show. But he would become a legendary producer, songwriter, and arranger over 6 decades. And as a teen, though, he was the founder of this group called the Serenaders. And this is their first release. This originally came out, I showed you the Chock Full of Hits label, released in December of 1957. It would then be picked up by MGM, and MGM issued it in February of 58. And the interesting thing about this song is that the writer credit, if you own the true first press, the writer credit is Kerr Walters. Then there are copies that identify Joe Scott as the writer, as he wrote the song for Johnny Ace. Wait, he wrote the song Never Let Me Go for Johnny Ace, so they kind of that's a big mess up. But anyway, that is a big mess up. But I'm featuring the MGM press only because it plays so much better than those chock full of hit records there. So anyway, so this originally released in December of 1957. The MGM came out in January of 58. These are the Serenaders. George Kerr on lead for Paul Michel. It's called Never Let Me Go. Whoops, messed it up.
Just let me love you tonight. Forget about tomorrow. Remember, darling, I love you. Never
That's going out to Paul Michel. That's the sound of the Serenaders there, from originally released in December 57 on the Chock Full of Hits label. Then MGM put it out in February of 58. Never Let Me Go is the name of the tune. So Big Dave Swinger says, it's kind of gets touchy when another song inspires another one, and the lyrics are close but not exact. But I think you have to give credit to the original writer, so that's probably why when MGM got hold of it that they had to make it. I think it says. They had to they didn't want any kind of legal issues, so they ended up putting Scott's name as the writer on the MGM release. There you go. But I like that record. Great two-sided record, too, by the way. The flip side is an excellent jump tune, but there you go for Paul Michel. And, George Chestnut must have been listening to the Rumble album because he made another request of a song that's on that album. And again, this is another record that I really like. This is actually the A-side of this was the biggest hit on the Holiday record label, Danny Robinson's Holiday record label. This group from Brooklyn, New York. This is a request for listener George Chestnut. This is their first of two on the Holiday label. And this, the flip side of this, a hit called United, but this is the B-side, which I prefer, I have to say. Let's go to May of 1957 for the Love Notes. The Love Notes on the Holiday record label. It features Johnny Hicks on lead for George Chestnut. The Love Notes with their tune called Tonight.
If the stars are gonna shine, oh, if you're gonna be mine, yeah, tonight, it has to happen, darling, tonight. Oh, this love will be true, yeah, will you say I do? Oh, tonight, it has to happen, darling, tonight. Believing to go way across the sea. I'm on another, darling. Will your love belong to me? Will I be in despair, hoping for something? Isn't there? Oh, tonight it has to happen, darling, tonight.
May 1957 release there for the Love Notes. That's by request for listener George Chestnut. That's Johnny Hicks on lead there. It's on the Holiday record label out of New York City. That's Danny Robinson's label. Tonight is the name of the tune. What a great record that is. And to a young teenager hearing that, it makes you want to dance. Johnny G, since I lost the 44 pounds, I can dance a little, although I might have gained a couple pounds. But that's, doable during the holiday time. But you go right back on the diet. I will. As we continue here in the year 1957, let's fill a request for Busta Bass now. He was in my 60s show, and he was saying, Johnny G, for your 78 show, can you play this song? Well, I don't have it on a 78. I have it on a 45. And this singer from Rosemark, Tennessee, his real name, Robert Calvin Brooks. a first recording for the Modern record label, but as he was Bobby Blue Bland, and he would sign with Don Robey's Duke record label out of Houston, Texas, had lots of releases, like 55 or so, through the year 1973. Now, Busta requested his 8th release, this tune with the Bill Harvey Orchestra from July 1957 for Busta Bass, Bobby Blue Bland, on the Duke record label. It's called Farther Up the Road for Busta Bass.
Further on up the road, someone gonna hurt you like you hurt me. Further on up the road, someone gonna hurt you like you hurt me. Further on up the road, baby, you just wait and see. You got to reap just what you sow. That old saying is true. You got to reap just what you sow. That old saying is true. Like you mistreat someone, someone's gonna mistreat you. Now you're laughing, pretty baby. Someday you're gonna be crying. Now you're laughing, pretty baby. Someday you're gonna be crying. Further on up the road, you found out I wasn't lying.
We'll send that one out to Dennis Fluharty, too. I know he likes the blues. There you go. My request for Busta Bass, Bobby Blue Bland, from July 1957 on Don Robey's Duke Records out of Houston, Texas. Farther Up the Road is the name of the tune. I'm Johnny G, John Galindo, your host of the Vinyl Treasures Show. We're here every Saturday from 9 p.m. till midnight. We're going to be doing some overtime here, and we're also live on the Oldies and More radio network. There'll be a show tomorrow morning out in San Marcos, California, on KKSM 1320 AM, broadcasting out of Palomar College. They take either one of my archive shows and they play 3 hours beginning at 6 a.m. Pacific time, so it's 9 a.m. here on the East Coast. You can tune in at palomar.edu, palomar.edu at 9 o'clock. Usually I'm waking up late, but I'm listening to myself on the radio, and it sounds pretty cool, and I know a lot of listeners have come into the program from San Marcos, California, so check it out. Thank you, Zeb, for that. As we continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show, fill a request for listener Mike Sape in Connecticut, he requested a very rare 45. All the records on John Van Battle's JVB label out of Detroit are rare. And it's hard to say if this group is related to any other group of the same name, but I think they are. They're called the Twilighters. Now, there's a Twilighters on the Spin label, and I think it's possible some of the members of this group are also members of the Spin group. Freddie Gonzalez has Willie Tony Ewing and Donald Richards and George Washington, possibly. But either way, it's a rare record out of 1957 for Mike Sape in Connecticut, the Twilighters on JVB. This side is called Water, Water for Mike.
Water, water, I want some water. Ooh, go, water, water, I want some water. Ooh, go,
Found a little old treasure map from way, way out west. Me wife she asked me not to go. Now me go, now me think me know best. So me get on me little old donkey, me get a pick, a shovel in me hand. So me live in me canteen behind me now. So me go to the promised land. Yeah, need
water, water, I want some water. Ooh, drip, 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 whoa, drip, drip, drip. For the water, skinny me left, me never took the drink at all.
yeah, need
Water, water, I want some water. Ooh, drip, 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 whoa, drip, drip, drip.
I
Remember the honeymoon we took at Trinity Falls. For the water, Miss Lily me left, me never took a drink at all.
yeah, need
Water, water, I want some water. Ooh, drip, 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 go, drip, drip, drip. Drip, 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 go, drip, drip, drip. Go, drip, drip, drip. Drip, 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 go, drip, drip, drip.
There you go. They're the Twilighters. Twilighters there from 1957 on the JVB record label. Water, Water by request for listener Mike Sape. I dare not drink my water. They fail with the... we get the report. The chlorination is way too high, and they always fail. So I have to drink bottled water. Used to have great water here, but no more. But that's a rare 45. I forget who I got this. I don't know if it was Jerry Diaz or Mike Demersion that sold me that. And I got a great deal on that record. I think it was Diaz, because it has it's got a cigarette burn. Imagine somebody putting a cigarette next to a 45. You cannot do that. That is dangerous. We are in the year 1957. Let's fill a request for listener Chris Reed. This is the debut single for this group from, where were they originally from? Brooklyn, New York, I think, possibly. And this is, again, I think discovered by Al Brown, or I think his wife heard them singing down in the subway and gave the lead singer Johnny Mastrangelo their card, and he went to visit Al Brown and he recorded them. They had 2 releases on the Joyce record label, and Chris requested their first. I think this was the first record that was played on the Time Capsule show. I just want to say hello to Joe Marchesani. Hope he had a great Thanksgiving. And this is from June of 1957. And this is the intended A-side, too. I always thought My Juanita was the intended A-side, but I think that was the side that the majority of the disc jockeys were playing at the time. But Chris requested the intended A-side. It features a Johnny Mastrangelo on lead from June 57, The Crests on the Joyce label. The song is called Sweetest One. This is for Chris. There you go. That's going out by request for Chris Reed, the debut single for the Crests, Johnny Mastrangelo and the Crests from June 1957. It's on the Joyce record label. It's called Sweetest One. The flip side, My Juanita, was the side that my aunt used to listen to. As we continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show, fill a request for UK listener Indrajit Advani, this artist out of Tyler, Texas. His real name was Chris Tyler. He had 2 releases on Eddie and Leo Mesner's Aladdin record label. This is his second release, which features an all-star band. Renee Hall on guitar, Earl Palmer on drums, Plas Johnson on tenor sax, and his brother Ray Johnson on piano. That is Phil Johnson, Plas Johnson, that is. And this Chris Tyler recorded as Big T Tyler, so maybe he was a big guy, we'd have to say. But here's his second release on Aladdin by request for Indrajit Advani. Let's go to June of 1957. Big T Tyler on the Aladdin record label. Did anybody see the what year did King Kong come out? But that's the movie I'm talking about, King Kong. That's the name of the tune for Indrajit. Big T Tyler. The song is called King Kong.
Was a big ape in the forest. He was so big and strong. He was the ruler in his kingdom. All that more King Kong. Hey, King
Yeah, the UK listeners swinging to that tune there. That's for Indrajit Advani in the UK, June 57, Big T Tyler. On Eddie and Leo Messer's Aladdin Records out of Hollywood, California, King Kong is the name of the tune. We are in the year 1957, and up next, a group from Queens, New York. This is a request for listener Ronnie Sherman. Have to say hello to Ronnie Sherman. This group recorded for Bess Berman's Apollo record label. You may know the flip side of this, a song entitled Bermuda Shorts, but Ronnie requested the B-side of the 45, as the group is called the Delroys, and they're backing up a single artist by the name of Milton Sparks. Well, he has some other releases also that are pretty good, in my opinion, but he recorded for different labels, Hunt, Vulcan, Sparkle, and but I think this is his first record. It's arranged by Sammy Lowe. That's the person I look for on the labels. If you're new to this music, you see Sammy Lowe on the label, you better buy the 45. Let's go to July of 1957 by request for Ronnie Sherman. This is the B-side to Bermuda Shorts. It's by Milton Sparks and the Delroys on Apollo Records. The song is called Time.
They say time changes all things, everything you say or do, but time will never change this love I have for you. They say time can heal all pain. They ask me to wait and see, but time will never heal my heart, oh my broken heart, for me. Yesterday, oh yesterday, I felt your lips touch mine. Today, oh today, your lips are still divine. They say time can do all things, and so I hope and pray that time will bring you back to me, oh back to me, to stay.
B-sides here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. There you go, by request for listener Ronnie Sherman. That's Milton Sparks there on the lead, being backed up by the Delroys, July 57. Bess Berman's Apollo Records, it's called Time, as time continues to move on. You know, I think I mentioned this on the other show. When you're older, time goes faster. When you're younger, it goes slower. As we continue here, we are in the year 1957. Let's fill a request for listener Tommy Albergo, tuned in to the program as we head to the Bronx, New York. Now, the lead singer of this group was previously a member of the Crickets. They recorded for the MGM and the JD record label, but the group would break up, and after some solo releases, he met up with Bill Lindsay, who was also a member of the Crickets, and he would add Billy Baines as the bass, Ed Sonny Jordan, and Waldo Champion as tenors, and they would become the Bachelors. They had 2 releases on the Earl record label. Then they signed with Jerry Winston's Onyx Records and changed their name to the Monterey's. And they had this one release on Jerry Winston's Onyx label, written by the bass, Billy Barnes, and tenor Sonny Jordan. And it features dual leads here with Dean Barlow and Bill Lindsay. For Tommy Albergo, we go to July of 57. Dean Barlow and the Monterey's on the Onyx label. The song is called Dearest One. This is for Tommy.
Dearest one, I know I done you wrong, baby, please forgive me, and darling, come back home. Welcome, dearest one, you know I'd rather die, didn't mean to hurt you, or even make you cry. Understand, baby, won't you please? Didn't mean to hurt you, just wanted to tease. So give me just one more chance, and I'll never play with romance. No, dearest, please let me be your king, your king. You know how much I love you, and what you mean to me. Understand, baby, won't you please? Just wanted to tease, so give me just one more chance, and I'll never play with romance. No, dearest, please let me be your king, your king. You know how much I love you, and what you mean to me. Shake, lang, 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 boo, 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 dearest one. Whoa, whoa, dearest one. Whoa, whoa, dearest one. Whoa, whoa, shake, lang, 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 boo, 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 boo. Shake, lang, 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 boo, 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 boo.
As by request for listener Tommy Albergo, Dean Barlow, and the Monterey's on the Onyx record label from July 57, Dearest One. That's actually a cool 2-sided 45, by the way. And there you go. Great one there for Tommy Albergo. We move into the year 1958 now. Fill a request for listener Casey Hines. We go to Chicago now for this group. Actually, they started way back in the late 1940s. I think between 48 and 1950, they recorded for the Aristocrat record label. They would have other releases on, I think, Chess Records too, but they signed with United in August of 1952. There were different personnel by the time they got into the mid-1950s. Of course, with a group starting back then, there were like generations of different members coming in and out of the group. But in 57, they had a release on Fraternity Records, but Casey requested their release from September 58 on the ABC Paramount subsidiary Apt label, a tune written by Leroy Kirkland and Rosemarie McCoy. It features Cornell Wiley on lead. Let's go to September of 58. This record is as old as your disc jockey, Johnny G. These are the Dozier Boys. The Dozier Boys on the Apt label for listener Casey Hines. It's called My Heart Is Yours. This is for Casey.
My heart is yours. I knew it
I knew when we first met, darling, my heart was yours. Though we may be a million miles apart, wherever you go, sweetheart, darling, my heart is yours. If you refuse to take it, it will break in two and lose the love I have inside for you and only you. My heart is yours, and it will always be until eternity. Darling, my heart is yours. Darling, my heart is yours.
A September 1958 release there for Casey Hines in Paris, The Sound of the Doer Boys, a record that George Doowop Tompkins turned me on to. The Doer Boys on the Apt record label. My Heart Is Yours is the name of the tune. Cornell Wiley on lead for that one. We are in the year 1958. Well, hey, what do you know? Another record as old as your host, Johnny G. This one also released in September of 1958 as we head out to California. This requested by listener Ronnie Sherman. It's on Leon Renee's Class Records, another great two-sided 45. And Ronnie requested the ballad side. The song was written by the lead singer of the group, his name Sammy Vance. Let's go to September of 58 for the sound of the Blenders. The Blenders on Class Records for Ronnie Sherman. It's called Little Rose, the Blenders.
My little rose, that's what I call you, my little rose. I never even knew your name, only that you wore a little rose. I'm in love, heaven above knows that I'm in love. Love you so much, so dearly, I can't forget my little rose. You asked me to try and forget you, and I tried and I cried to forget you. You said it was only infatuation. No, 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 I'm in love, my little rose. That's what I call you, my little rose. I never even knew your name, only that you wore a little rose. I'm in love, heaven above knows that I'm in love. Love you so much, so dearly,
That's going out to Ronnie Sherman, the sound of the Blenders. That's Sammy Vance on lead with the Blenders, September 1958 release on the Class record label. It's called Little Rose there. What a nice tune that is. You know, the stock copies of that, I don't know if they come, I know that I have a black label stock copy. I don't know if it's also on maroon too, but let's continue in the year 1958 with the flip side request for listener Darrell Letts. The flip side of this was Georgia Harris and the High Tones. I think it was Ronnie Sherman requested that one called I Want to Kiss You. That was a number of maybe a couple months ago. Had this sitting in the box for a while. I think I opened the show with that song. Now, Darrell Letts requested the flip side here, and it's done by the group The High Tones. And this was also the flip side of their harder record called Chinese Boogie, but they decided to put it on the flip side of the Georgia Harris tune, 45 also. And this is with the Steve Samuel Orchestra, and it says on here the organ player Frank Anderson. So I don't recall if there's an organ in here, but it says he's on the organ. But this is the second issue from February 58 going out to Darrell Letts in our YouTube chat room. The High Tones, HY-TONES, High Tones on High Tone. It's called I'm a Fool.
I know I broke your heart, for this I must pay. How I remember, dear, the night you went away. Yes, I broke a lover's rule, for this I've been a fool. I've been a fool. I can't ask forgiveness. I know that I was wrong. With you I tried to play a game, but I played the game too long. And now I broke a lover's rule. For this I've been a fool. Well, darling, yes, I wipe away the tears as I dream of you every night. I remember how things would have been, my dear, if only I treated you right. Yes, this loneliness, my darling, is driving me insane. It reminds me of the things I did and the way you call my name. Yes, I broke a lover's rule. For this I've been a fool. I've been a fool. Loneliness, my darling, is driving me insane. It reminds me of the things I did and the way you call my name. Yes, I broke a lover's rule. For this I've been a fool. I've been a fool. I've been a fool.
That's November 1958 release there. That's by request for Darrell Letts, the High Tones. The High Tones on the High Tone record label. Excuse me, Steve Samuel's High Tone label. You know that label all burned down. All the masters were destroyed on the High Tone label. Some of those records are really ultra rare that lyrics, which I have that lyrics. I don't have the, was it the Corsairs? That's the one that I'm missing on that label. But this song, I'm a Fool, was also the flip side of their tune, Chinese Boogie. And again, this is the flip of the Georgia Harris and the High Tones tune that I played a while back for Ronnie, I Want to Kiss You. This is called I'm a Fool. I didn't know, Marvin Pod mentions that this group also recorded as the Five Kings on Columbia. They do a song called A Light Bulb, and he mentions the Spices. I didn't know that. I might have that record coming up shortly, as a matter of fact. But let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show and fill a request for listener Edmund Williams, as we are in the 1958 block. This singer was the younger brother of Sam Cooke, and he would become a member of Johnny Key's Magnificence. Yes, the Magnificence that recorded Up on the Mountain fame. And they are backing him up on this release that came out on Leonard Chess's Checker label. This is his first of 3 on the Chess record label. It's a song he co-wrote. And we go to August of 1958. By request for Edmund Williams, L.C. Cooke, Sam's younger brother, on the Checker label. The song is called Blue Tears.
Blue Tears.
Since you've been gone, well, I must confess you, my heart is dry. You really move a girl, my. For you, pretty girl, I'd work so hard, even go out and get myself a job. But what you do to me, ever since you left me, I've been in misery. Well, you said you would love me from the start, said you would love me if we should part. Took my money and you took my soul. Now, pretty girl, you want all my gold. Won't you come back home? Blue tears have shed my love ever since you've been gone. Come back home, baby, won't you come back home? Come back home, girl, won't you come back home? Won't you please come home? Blue tears I've shed my love ever since you've been gone. Come on home, girl, come on home. Won't you come on home? Come on
There you go. That's going out to Edmund Williams in Queens, New York. August 58 release for L.C. Cooke, the younger brother of Sam Cooke, song entitled Blue Tears. The uncredited Magnificence backing him up on that. That's on the Checker record banner. And we are in the year 1958. 2 more in the year 1958. Let's fill a request for listener David Silberg in our YouTube chat room as we go back to Brooklyn, New York. And this group managed by Danny Webb. Danny Webb was also the manager of the Dan Lears. The Dan Lears of One Summer Night fame. And this group sounds very similar to the Dan Lears. I that's what I think, but you could be the judge. They were called the Webb Tones, and the lead singer on this, his name is Lewis Williams. This is from October 58, by request for David Silberg, the Webb Tones on the MGM record label. It's a tremendous tune. It's called My Lost Love, the Webb Tones, for David Silberg.
Some people find
a strong love. Some people find a true love, but I'm still searching for my lost love. I've been to all the old places. I've asked all my old friends, where can my lost love be? Darling, wherever you are, I want you to know my heart is heavy and I need you so. So won't you let me find my one and only love? Oh, where can she be? I've been to all the old places. I've asked all my old friends, where can my love be?
That's going out to David Silberg in our YouTube chat room. That's the sound of the Webtones. Webtones from October 1958 on the MGM record label. My Lost Love is the name of the tune. Lewis Williams, the lead singer on that. And I agree with Marvin Pott. I did read that this group would then become, because when the Dan Lears broke up, Dan Lears would break up, and the lead singer Jimmy Weston, he would start a new Dan Lears group, and that was his group, the Webtones. Johnny G here on a Saturday. If you're new to the program, please consider subscribing to my YouTube channel. We're here live on Oldies and More Radio and live on the YouTube stream. As we continue here, let's fill a request for listener Mike Sape. He wants to send this one out to all the chatters as we head out to San Francisco, California, to a label called Sky Records, S-K-Y, a label owned by Mary E. Johnson. She would resurrect the label again in 1962 as Skylight Records when she signed William Wigfall and the lyrics to her label. But this release is prior to those 62 releases, came out in 58. And it was just called Sky Records at the time. And the singer goes by the name of Jimmy Royster, along with a vocal group. And this comes on red vinyl. It's like kind of like kitty wax, I call it. And I bought this from Jeff Beckman when he was selling out his collection. And I think I bid on a whole bunch of his records. They were in Discovery Magazine. I ended up winning this. This is from 1958. By request from Mike Sape, going out to all you chatters. And your host, DJ Johnny G. Thank you, Mike. Jimmy Royster and group on the Sky label. It's called They May Not Like Me.
They may not like me. They may not like you. That's why I'm asking you. Please don't break the news. We'll tell them we're married and pray they'll understand it. We'll tell them we're happy
even though they are hurt. Should they be angry, knowing how we must feel, they may not like me. They may not like you. That's why I'm asking you. Please don't break the news. Please don't break the news.
Sounds of 1958 here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That's Jimmy Royster and an uncredited group by request from Mike Sape in Connecticut, sending it out to Johnny G and all the chatters. Jimmy Royster with They May Not Like Me on the Sky record label. I hope you like Johnny G here on a Saturday as we continue here. Move into the year 1959 now with a request for listener George Chestnut. That the first time I heard this song was back in 1971 while listening to the Gus Gossard Show. And this group is from the Bronx, New York. And I read somewhere, I don't know if it was in those magazines. Who put out the magazines? His name starts with a W. It eludes me. On the Billboard magazines, it said that this was the first Puerto Rican vocal group to appear on any national chart. This record made it to number the Whitburn. Joel Whitburn, that's what I was thinking of. This made it up to number 84 on Cashbox, 75 on Billboard, and this was a number 19 record here in New York City on WMGM. And it's the debut single for this group. They were called the Eternals, and it features Charlie Girona on lead. This is going out to a George Chestnut from April 59. Here are the Eternals on Hollywood Records. It's called Rockin' in the Jungle for George.
Boom, 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 dancing everywhere. All over the world, even in the jungle, nothing is the word. Boom, 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 ding, ding, dong, ooh, ding, ding, dong, ooh, ding, ding, dong,
Everyone is dancing, yes and gay. Cheetah Boy and Tarzan, Eve and Jane, swinging from the trees with a jungle harmony, rocking till the morning with this bass beat.
ding, ding, dong, ooh, ding, ding, dong, ooh, ding, ding, dong,
There comes boy, singing a song, and Cheetah listening, says it's kinda slow. Cheetah turns and says, hey boy,
Give me rocky stuff, man, that kinda makes me go.
they all dance together, rocking through the night. Ding, ding, dong.
There you go. That's going out to listener George Chestnut, The Eternals. The Eternals are from the Bronx, New York. April 59 released their debut single on the Hollywood record label. Rockin' in the Jungle is the name of the tune. The Flip Side's a cool record, too, I have to say. That's Charlie Girona on lead for that one. Let's move into 1959 now. Fill a request for listener Bill Olb in New Jersey as we head to Philadelphia for this cool girl group. This trio started recording back in 1956 with a release on the G&M record label. Then in 1958, they signed with Herman Levinsky's Savoy record label. This was their second release on the Savoy label. Now, the group included Della Jo Campbell, Doris Gibson, and lead singer Willarine Ward Moultrie. And she also wrote this tune. Let's go to March of 1959 by request for Bill Olb. They're called the Gay Charmers. The Gay Charmers on the Savoy record label. The tune is called Why Do You Hurt Me, Darling? This is for Bill Olb. By request for Bill Olb. I like that record a lot. There you go. March 1959. They're called the Gay Charmers. That's on Savoy Records. Why Do You Hurt Me, Darling is the name of the tune. Now, the lead singer there, Willarine Ward Moultrie, she was previously a member of the Clara Ward Singers, also recording for the Savoy label, but she left to form this girl group. They also have another release that I have featured here on the program on the Grand label, which I think was picked up by Swan Records. And Bill Olb requested that. Bill Olb is going to be a special guest on the Rhythm and Blues Serenade with his 27th Christmas holiday special, and he's going to be on the Rhythm and Blues Serenade on the December 22nd, 2024. So mark your calendars. That's Sunday from 3 p.m. Eastern Time till 5 on the WRHU FM 88.7, streaming live on WRHU.org. So mark your calendars. Bill Olb doing his Christmas special And he's played records. He's been doing it for 27 years, and I think he only played one record a couple times. All the songs that he features are new Christmas songs. Well, I don't mean new, but he's never featured them before. So, he's going to be doing it all these years. It's going to be December 22nd. So mark your calendars. Bill Obe, his special guest for his Christmas special on the Rhythm and Blues Serenade. Johnny G here on a Saturday. I don't know what I'm doing. They said that Christmas is a Wednesday, so Oldies and More said they will not be doing any broadcasting that day. So I'd have to be doing it, which I can, because I am kind of independent too. I can kind of like have my leeway. So if I wanted to play all Christmas records, I could. So I don't know. I'll see. I'm trying to pull out some Christmas 78s, but we'll see. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Fill a request for Gordy Freeman, as we heard from the High Tones. Oh, so I did know this. Marvin Pod mentioned in the chat room when I played the High Tones that they also recorded as the Five Kings, and they also recorded as this group that Gordy requested on Carlton Records. They called the Spices. And they all previously recorded as the High Tones on the High Tone label. This is probably the second hardest 45 to get on Joe Carlton's Carlton label. And I played the hardest last week, I think that Gordy requested, by the Capitals. And this is the second hardest. And it's a cool tune. This is from March of 1959. These are the Spices on Carlton for Gordy Freeman. It's called Tell Me, Little Girl, the Spices.
Whoa, 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 yeah, 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 yeah. Whoa, 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 bye, 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 bye.
Tell me, little girl, why did you go? I'd like to know, why did you go? I'd like to know, you broke my heart. Why did we part? You were my life, my love, my everything. I will love you, cross my heart I do, and I'll always try to get you, for I really love you. You're my one and only love. I love you so. Why did you go, darling? Hear my plea. Come back to me. Come, can't you see I love you? And tell me, little girl, why did you go? Please, little girl, come back to me. Oh, won't you? Please hear my plea. You were my life, my love, my everything. Tell me, why?
That's by request for Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room. That's a great tune by the Spices. March 1958 on the Carlton label, Tell Me Little Girl. In 1964, they recorded as the Five Kings on the Columbia record label. I remember Greg Zurich told me that. He goes, Johnny, do you need the Spices on Carlton? I said, yes, I do, when he drove it up here a long time ago. Johnny G here on a Saturday. We are in the 1959 block. o'clock. Let's fill a request for listener Jaden. I don't know if Jaden is still in the chat room. Maybe he has since gone, but he selected this artist from Patterson, New Jersey. His real name was Samuel Black, but he recorded as Sammy Turner. He had 11 releases on the Big Top record label. You might know his biggest hit, a big number 3 Billboard hit called Lavender Blue. But Jaden, she's got here Jade. Jaden requested his follow-up, which was his third of 11 on the Big Top record label. And I hope I don't get a copyright strike on this. This tune written by Irvin Berlin, done back in 1928 by Irving Kaufman on Harmony Records. This one produced by Jerry Lieber and Mike Stoller, arranged by Stan Applebaum. We go to September of 1959. This is by request for Jaden, Sammy Turner on the Big Top label. This record has been abused. It's called Always.
I'll be loving you a love that's true, always. When the things you plan need a helping hand, I will understand. Always, always. Days may not be fair, when I'll be there, always. Not for just an hour, no, not for just a day, not for just a year, but always, always. Just a year, but always. Do, yeah. Always. Do, yeah. Always.
There you go. That's going out to Jaden in our YouTube chat room there. Mr. Sammy Turner. Sammy Turner from September 1959. That's on the Big Top record label. His third of 11. Song entitled Always. It's a pretty nice record, I have to say. But anyway, let's us continue. Thank you for that, Jaden. As we continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show, let's fill a request for listener Gary Hendren in Alabama. He requested this trio that formed back in 1958 in Los Angeles, California, as the Enchanters. And this is their release on the Orbit record label. They were Marvin Rosenberg, Richard Klasky, and the lead singer on this, a gal by the name of Sandy Wiseman. And this written by group member, I think that's him, yeah, Richard Klasky. That's from March of 59. These are the Enchanters on the Orbit label, and Sandy Wiseman, she's on lead. It's called Touch of Love. This is for Gary Hendren.
Ah
you go. That one there by the Enchanters, March 59, as requested by Gary Hendren in Alabama. The Enchanters, a female lead, Sandy Weissman on lead. Touch of Love is the name of the tune on the Orbit record label. After this, the group recorded as the Dories on the Dore record label. Listen, Lenny G, didn't you have a Dories 45 in your collection at one time? Then they added Jim Stevens to the group and recorded as the Angels on the Tawny label. Of course, then they became the Safaris that recorded in 1960 that tune called Image of a Girl on the Eldo record label. Johnny G here on a Saturday as we continue here. Again, if you're new to the program, please consider subscribing to my YouTube channel. Let's move into 1960 now. Fill a request for listener Adrian Viterbo. And I can't tell you much about this group. I think they're out of, well, at least the label I think is out of Rochester, New York. It's called Lifetime Records. I have other releases on this label. The Capris, well, I have a group called the Capris on this label. The song called Oh My Darling. I think that was, wasn't that the same, was that the same group from Philadelphia? I'm not sure. I don't know anymore. But this group is called the Epics. Now, two known members of this group were Jerry Phillips and Wade Davis. This is from September of 1960. The Epics. The Epics on Lifetime for Adrian Viterbo in our YouTube chat room. It's called Lonely.
Darling, how I love you, and I love you with all my heart. I cry and I pray every night that you call back to me. We'll never part, never part. My heart, and I hope that we'll never part. But if we do, I'll always be a lonely man. I love you, oh, and I need you, and I want you here in my arms. Yes, I'm all alone. With nothing to do, I'm lonely and blue, so lonely. Oh yes, I am lonely without you. Darling, I need you, and I want you here in my arms. Yes, I'm alone, all alone, with nothing to do. I'm lonely and blue.
That's going out to Adrian Viterbo in our YouTube chat room. That's the sound of the Epics The Epics from September 1960. It's on Lifetime Records, song entitled Lonely. Let me check something. The sound quality isn't the greatest on this because the grooves are so close together. And I was just saying, that was a long song. They got it here 2 minutes and 50. Yeah, that's a long song, almost 3 minutes there for that record. Let us continue. Here we are in the year 1960. Let's fill a request for Gary Metzger in our YouTube chat room. His lucky came right in at the time. We're here in the early 1960s, actually 1960 here, yes, for this group from Bakersfield, California. And this was a big hit for the group. The first time I heard this was on Art LeBeau's Oldies But Goodies LP. They performed this on American Bandstand. When they did that, the song really took off. This charted number 17 on Billboard and on Cashbox. Was number 27 on the R&B chart, and this was a big number 2 record here in New York on WMGM, their first of 3 on Worley Fairbairn's Milestone Records out of Hollywood, California. I showed you a couple copies of this record. Of course, the first press is that shiny red label. Of course, it's on styrene. And then I showed you the dark maroon, which is the second, but really, I had the third press, which is probably harder to find, but it's a nice hard vinyl copy. I was contemplating playing that, but the styrene doesn't play so bad. This one's not worn. But the tune written by the group's lead singer, his name is Wes Tyler. Let's go to July of 1960. They're called the Paradons, not Gons, Dons with a D. Paradons on the Milestone label. Their tune is called Diamonds and Pearls. This is for Gary Metzger in our YouTube chat room.
There are diamonds, pearls, emeralds, and rings. None of these jewels show me a thing I want. Only, I want your love. Your eyes, your lips set me on fire. Your love, your kiss, my one desire. I want only, I want your love. To hold me, to kiss me, to thrill me. I don't want a chest full of gold, just want someone to have and to hold. I want only, I want your love. Your love. Your love.
As by request for Gary Metzger in our YouTube chat room. That styrene sounds pretty darn good. You know my feelings towards styrene 45's. July 1960, the debut single for the Paradons. That's Wes Tyler on lead on Milestone Records, Diamonds and Pearls. That was always on the compilation albums, any compilation album. They have other releases too, by the way, on the Toughest label and also on the Warner Brothers label. Let's continue in 1960. This group out of Evanston, Illinois, and this is a request for listener Ronnie Sherman. They were called the Foster Brothers, as I think they date back to maybe late 1956 on the LB label. They had other releases on Mercury and Profile and B&F and this label, which is called Dilly Records. And wait, let me see here. The last release, it says, so I don't know here. Let's go to August of 1960 now for Ronnie Sherman, the Foster Brothers, on Dilly Records. He requested this tune called Land of Love. This is for Ronnie Sherman.
With me, we can share perfect harmony right in the land of love. I'll enjoy all the wonders of this great world, 'cause I'm seeing them with the girl that loves just me. We'll hop a plane bound for Paris, visit London town and all. Then we'll fly on to Bombay and see the great Taj Mahal. You'll agree that this romance is very wise, for true love really magnifies and goes on endlessly. We'll hop a plane bound for Paris, visit London town and all. Then we'll fly on to Bombay and see the great Taj Mahal. You'll agree that this romance is very wise, for true love really magnifies and goes on endlessly.
That's a going out to listener Ronnie Sherman, August 1960 release there for the Foster Brothers. It's on a label called Dilly Records. It's called Land of Love. Now, Ray Pettis, I wonder if that was that Ray Pettis on lead there? Because he previously was the lead singer of the Gems. He would join this group in 1957, replacing the lead Laverne Gales. So maybe that was him on lead. Possibly. As we continue, let's move into 1961 now with a request for listener Joe Shacatano. We go to Atlanta, Georgia now for this group. First recording for the Felsted record label. They had two releases on the Felsted record label. Then in 58, in 58, wait a minute. Had two on Felsted in 58, yes, and one in 1961 on Edward Kastner's Seville label. That's what this is, yes. This is with the Marvin Medrith Orchestra. We go to March 1961. They're called the Five Fleets. The Five Fleets, as in boats, I guess, on Seville Records for Joe Shacatano. The song is called Pitter Patter for Joe Shacatano.
Oh
There you go. That's going out to listener Joe Shacatano, who's a little bit under the weather today. That's why he wasn't in chat tonight. But there you go. The Five Fleets, March 1961 on the Seville Records. Pitter Patter is the name of the two. You see what happens? I found that in the wild for a quarter. You can't go wrong. Well, I was buying everything at the time when I used to go to the flea markets and whatnot. Probably up at the 303 Drive-In Flea Market in Orangeburg, New York, when I used to go when I was in high school. Let's continue in the year 1961. Fill a request for listener Bob Cruz in Maryland. This group first recorded for the Record label in late 1958. This was their next release. Came out on Sam Weiss's Wind Records out of New York City. And some books have this in 1958. No way, because the release by the Del Satins, which is right before this, is 1961. This song written by John Wagner, who I think is the lead singer on this. Let's go to 1961. This group is called The Gems. The Gems on the Win label for Bob Cruz. It's called Nursery Rhymes.
Mary had a little lamb, its fleece was white as snow. Like that lamb I'll follow you wherever you may go. Ooh, do-wop, 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 ooh, do-wop, do-wop. I was a boy though 10 years old, you were a girl of 9. I fell in love with you the day you said that nursery rhyme. Ooh, do-wop, 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 ooh, do-wop, do-wop. Little Miss Muffet sat on a tuffet, eating her curds and whey. Along came Spider, popped down beside her, said, baby, let's rock all day. Ooh, do-wop, 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 ooh, do-wop, do-wop. You were 3'7", I was 3'9". I said that I would love you, dear, until the end of time. Ooh, do-wop, 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 ooh, do-wop, do-wop. Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Humpty broke when he had a fall. My heart too will break this way if you ever run away. Ooh, do-wop, 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 ooh, do-wop, do-wop. Now you're 24 years old, I am 25. Now that we are married, well, I'm glad to be alive. Ooh, do-wop, 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 ooh, do-wop, do-wop. Georgie, Porgy, pudding and pie. Kissed his girl, he didn't know why. When I look into your eyes, I don't know why my heart sighs. Ooh, do-wop, 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 ooh, do-wop, do-wop. Nursery rhyme, dear to my heart. Love you, dear, hope we'll never part.
See, you can sing about anything back in the 1950s and 1960s. You can make up a song with nursery rhymes. There you go. That was one of them from 1961. That's for Bob Cruz in Maryland. The Gems on the Win record label, Nursery Rhymes. As we continue here and feel a request for listener Timothy, and I'm going to ask Darren, a.k.a. Record Hound, if he possibly has a record by this group from Windsor, Ontario, because they were the backing group for Jack Scott. You know, Jack Scott recorded for the Carlton label here in the U.S. With releases. He had a bunch of hits in the late 1950s, early 1960s, but he also recorded on Top Rank in 1960, and I think this group did too. And Timothy requested their release on the Capitol record label. Now, this group included Larry DeJer. If I say this right, these are French names. Darren, these are French names. Larry Disgerly. he was the tenor. Jim Nanjay, I think that's how you pronounce it, a baritone, and Roy Lesperance, if I said that right. He was the bass, and the lead singer on this is Jack Greer. And they're doing a cover of this tune called Stormy Weather. So this is by request for Timothy, the backup band to Jack Scott. They were called the Shantones. Let's go to November of 1961 on the Capitol record label for Timothy. The Shantones with their version of Stormy Weather. There you go. That one there going out to Timothy. Those are the Shantones, Chantones, the backup group to Jack Scott, November 1961. It's on the Capitol record label, their rendition of the tune Stormy Weather. They also have a release on the Sidra record label too, but I think that was in the 1960s, much later in the 1960s. Let's continue here in 1961 with a flipside request for listener Darrell Letts. We featured the Jarmels, a group out of Richmond, Virginia, last week. For listener Busta Bass, there, I guess we can say they're a big hit called A Little Bit of Soap. But Darrell Letts requested the flip side of this, which is a cover song. This song made famous, I think, originally done back in 1936 by Fred Astaire on the Columbia record label. Of course, I play this also on the Jaguars version, which is a favorite here on the Ardell record label. But Darrell requested this version as done by the Jarmels. It features Paul Burnett on lead on this side. This charted number 4 on KFXM in San Francisco, California. We go to June of 1961 for Darrell Letts, the Jarmels, the flip side of A Little Bit of Soap, their version of The Way You Look Tonight. For Darrell.
La 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 whoa, la 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 whoa.
low. When the world is cold, I will feel a glow just thinking of you and the way you look tonight. Lovely, with your smile so warm and your cheeks so soft, there is nothing for me but to love you just the way you look tonight. With each word your tenderness grows, tearing my fear apart. And that laugh that wrinkles your nose touches my foolish heart. La 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 whoa, la 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 whoa. Lovely, never change. Keep that breathless charm. Won't you please arrange it, 'cause I love you just the way you look. I love you just the way you look tonight. The way you look tonight when you're holding me tight.
Copyright Police came out on that tune there, folks. I guess they would. Those are the Jarmels. The Jarmels, the flip side of A Little Bit of Soap from June 61 on the Laurie record label. The Way You Look Tonight is the name of the tune. We stay in 1961. Let's go to Brooklyn, New York for this gal. Fill a request for listener John Engstrom. This a singer-actress was best known as Miss One, the Good Witch. What? Charlene, what is this? Was best known as Miss One, the Good Witch of the North in the movie The Wiz? Okay. I don't know if she was best known for that, but she might have been in that movie, but she recorded for the Coral record label. I think she recorded back... Was it only on Coral, Charlene? She didn't have any releases prior to that? She had 5 on the Coral label in the 1960s. Now, John requested her second. Well, the interesting thing about this is the tune is written by Horace Ott. So that's what caught my eye on this record. But her name is Thelma Carpenter from February 61 on the Coral label for John Engstrom. It's called My Heart Feels It Too. Thelma Carpenter.
Boom, 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 boom.
I know when you're having troubles and your heart just starts to hurtin' inside. 'Cause my heart feels it too. I didn't mean to make you cry. Please don't say we are through. Your tears are my tears, 'cause my heart feels it too. Sleepless nights, I know you've had your share. Please tell me what you want me to do. Your troubles are my troubles, 'cause my heart feels feels it too. Anything, anything you want me to do. The sky is the limit. I'll do anything for you. I'll love you forever. Please don't say we are through. I know when you're having troubles and your heart just starts to hurting, just starts to hurting inside. 'Cause my heart feels it too. My heart feels it too. Yes, my heart feels it too.
February 1961 release there for Thelma Carpenter. Thelma Carpenter, that's her, what did I say that was here? That was her second of five on the Coral record label. My Heart Feels It Too. That one there going out to John Engstrom. I'm telling you, that backup chorus is on the Jackie Wilson records. It is. As we continue here in the year 1961, and let's fill a request for listener Emnon. This group is thought to be from Connecticut, but the label is out of Wilmington, Delaware. It's on Vince Rago's Ritchie record label. This record started to get lots of local airplay in the Delaware area. And Morris Levy entered the picture and offered made Vince Rago an offer. Let's say he couldn't refuse. What movie did you hear that from? But so the next pressings of this that you see are distributed by Roulette Records. Those are the second presses. The true second presses do not say that on the label, as this is what it's supposed to look like, the one that I showed you. And I like both sides of this 45. Amnon requested the flip side for next week, but I think this is the intended B-side from July 61. Let's give a listen to the Sinceres. The Sinceres, I don't think this is the group from Connecticut, though. The Sinceres on Ritchie Records. The song is called If You Should Leave Me for Amnon.
Think
That's by request for listener M on July 61, the Sinceres on the Ritchie label. If You Should Leave Me is the name of the tune. We're going to hear the flip next week, so stay tuned to that. Let's move into 1962 now with a request for Adrian Viterbo in our YouTube chat room as we go to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, back to Pittsburgh. This tune written by singer-songwriter Johnny Jack. His real name was Johnny Greco, and this was arranged by Jim Drake. This tune features Leroy Grammer on lead. This is on disc jockey Robert Mack. Robert Mack, I think he was a Pittsburgh disc jockey. He owned this label called Romac Records out of Pittsburgh. Now, this charted number 19 on WEDA in Grover City, Pennsylvania from December 62. They're called The Enchantments. The Enchantments, Leroy Grammer on lead. It's called Lonely Heart. It's for Adrian. That's going out to Adrian Viterbo in our YouTube chat. That was a big record in Pittsburgh, even on the oldies scene. Later on with Porky Chedwick, he played that record a lot. The group called The Enchantments. The Enchantments from December 62 on the Romac label for Adrian. Lonely Heart is the name of the tune. Let's fill a request for listener Chris Reed. I first heard this song on the Gus Gossard Show, and this tune inspired by a TV Western show. Did anyone ever see the show The Life and Legend of Wyatt Earp, which starred Hugh O'Brien? Did anybody ever watch that show? I think I was a little bit too young to remember that show, but this group is called The Emblems, and that show inspired them to write this tune, or somebody to write this tune. The lead singer on this is Tommy Staunch. Now, Tommy Staunch would later become Tommy Van of Tommy Van and the Echoes that recorded for the Academy record label. And I have two variations of this. We'll talk about it after I play the tune, but I think this is the true first way that I have it here on the turntable. This is on Leo Rogers and Sid Archie's Bayfront label. Let's go to 1962 for Chris Reed, The Emblems on Bayfront Records. It's called Bang Bang Shoot 'em, Daddy.
Wyatt Earp, brave, courageous, and bold.
Late last night on my TV show, I dug Wyatt Earp, and here's how it goes, it goes, it goes.
Bang, bang, shoot 'em, daddy. 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 Bang, 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 bang. Bang, on my TV, daddy. See what the man was saying, and I heard that noise, then I jumped away and went in a bang, 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 bang. It was a hot cowboy Wyatt Earp was his name. He was being chased by an outlaw gang that went a bang, 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 bang. They had him covered from all four sides, nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. So he ducked behind a rock down at Eagle Pass and went on. Wyatt Earp, brave, courageous, and bold.
He goes, he goes, he goes.
Bang, bang, shoot 'em, daddy. 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 Bang, bang, shoot 'em, daddy.
As by request for Chris Reed, 1962 release for The Emblems, Tommy Staunch on lead. That's on the Bayfront record label. Bang Bang Shoot 'em Daddy is the name of the tune. I have like two variations of this. I think the first press is supposed to say room 1111 and then the 1650 Broadway address. And the other one doesn't say it. The other one, and it says just Bang Bang Shoot 'em. It left off the daddy. Maybe they thought daddy was bad back then. I don't know. But let us continue here in 1962. I love this next song here, a request for how about listener Paul Michel, as we head out to Oakland, California. This is on Gary Paxton's Garpax record label. Now, Paul requested the Five Superiors. This tune written by Johnny McRae, produced by Gary Paxton. It features Robert Lee Herring on lead. This is from November of 1962. This is the true first press for you collectors out there, the orange label with GP-3 on it. There is an orange label with the longer number 44170, and then it comes out on the white label like that. But this is the true first press from November 62 for Paul Michel, the Five Superiors on Garpax Records. And it's so true what this song's title is. There's a fool born every day. This is going out to Paul Michel.
There's
There you go, by request for Paul Michel. I like that record a lot. The Five Superiors. November 1962, it's on the Garpax record label. There's a Fool Born Every Day. That's Robert Lee Herring on lead. That's a great tune there, I have to say. As we continue here, and we are in the year 1962, let's fill a request for Jim Lampley in Texas. This group out of, is it Venice or Venice? How do you pronounce that, you Californians out there? Venice, California. They had 5 releases on Worley Fairburns Milestone record label out of Hollywood, California. Their biggest hit was their debut single. It was called Lover's Island. And Jim Lampley requested, I think this is the B-side that came out as a B-side on 2 releases. I think their Milestone, I think their 3rd and 4th release as a B-side. I'm featuring their 4th because it plays better. It's Styrene, and I hate Styrene. But this came out in June of 62. First came out in March 62, Charlene. Then it came out a month later in June, written by the lead singer Leon Peels. These are the Blue Jays. The Blue Jays from June 62 on Milestone for Jim in Texas. It's called Rock, Rock, Rock.
Well, I went to a party last Saturday night. Met a little chick that looked alright. Players were jumping, they were having a ball. It all got started at the Green Mill Hall. I said, come on, baby, let's get in the groove. Look here, Daddy, wanna rock with you. Went rocking all around in the middle of the floor. Said, easy, baby, can't take it anymore. Rock, rock, rock. Pretty baby. Rock, rock, rock. And don't be lazy. Rock, rock, rock. Ooh, yeah. Rock, rock, rock. You know I wanna. Rock, rock, rock. Well, another chick grabbed me by the head. She said, sweet me, Daddy, like a natural man. Grabbed my hand and started for the door. Another chick tripped me and I fell up on the floor. Rock, rock, rock. Pretty baby. Rock, rock, rock. Don't be lazy. Rock, rock, rock. Ooh, yeah. Rock, rock, rock. You know I wanna. Rock, rock, rock. Hey, Mr. Policeman, will you please come over here? This chick has got me by my coat and won't let me go. Hey, referee, will you please go in the towel? This chick is about to rock me to death. Everybody. Yeah. You know I wanna.
They're not known for those up-tempos, they aren't, but those are the Blue Jays from June 62. That's Rock, Rock, Rock. It's on the Milestone record label. That's going out to Jim Lampley in Texas. That's Leon Peels. He was the lead singer of the group. Let's stay in 1962. Let's go to Detroit now for the debut single for this group. It's a request for listener Tommy Albergo, and the A-side of this, which I'll play next week for Tommy, is a song called I Love You, but I decided to play the B-side of the 45. This is on Willie Ewing's Chex label, and this charted number 22 on Billboard, 20 on Cashbox. And it features Eddie Union on lead. Now, if you were observant, okay, this group, they were called the Volumes, but if you saw the copy that I held up there, it said Valiums. Have you taken your Valium today? That was a big mistake they did, a typo. They typed an A instead of an O. They called them the Valiums, so the record had to be pulled back. But presses did get out there, and that's one that I have here. So let's go to March of 1962 for Tommy Albergo, the Valiums. No, the Volumes on Chex Records with Eddie Union on lead. The song is called Dreams for Tommy. B-sides here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. There you go, by request for Tommy Albergo. That is the B-side to I Love You by the Volumes. That's how I have it, but it really should be the Volumes. March 1962 on the Chex record label, song entitled Dreams. As we continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show, fill a request for listener Frank Gingaro. It's a flip side from last week. I featured this group called the Royal Premiers. It came out on the Toy record label. The side was called I Wanna Love, Love, Love is the name of the tune. Let's flip the 45 over. As Frank mentioned, he liked the flip side too. This is the second overall release on the label. This group called the Royal Premiers, a tune written by the label owner, her name Nora Lee King, arranged by Larry Lucy from 62. For Frank Gingaro, the Royal Premiers with Who Am I Without Your Love, the Royal Premiers.
If
I can get you off of my mind, oh no. Every time I try, all I do is cry. Yeah, yeah, need you more and more, each and every day. Yeah. Who am I without your love? I'm so weary thinking of you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And all of those things that we used to do. Love and affection, they pass me by. Who am I without your love? Sleepless nights and endless days. I need your love in so many ways. Must I lose all of my pride, or go on hurting deep down inside, until I find another you? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll be so lonely and feeling blue. Ooh, all I can do, baby, just wait for you. Who am I without your love? Sleepless nights and endless days. I need your love in so many ways. Must I lose all of my pride, or go on hurting deep down inside, until I find another you? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll be so lonely and feeling blue. Ooh, all I can do, baby, just wait for you. Who am I without your love? Who am I without your love? Who am I without your love? Who am I without your love?
They'll send that one out to Frank Gingaro and his wife Jerry there, 1962, the Royal Premiers. Royal Premiers on the Toy record label. Who Am I Without Your Love is the name of the tune. Let's move into 1963 now. Fill a request for listener Jaden as we go to Brooklyn, New York for this group called the Cupids. Now, the lead singer of this group, his name was Lenny Colton, Colton. He was also the lead singer of the Harps that recorded for the Laurie record label. Now, this tune charted nationally, probably when it was picked up by Nat King Cole's KC record label, but this first came out on the Anko Records, first on the Anko Records. This charted number 57 on Billboard, 45 on Cashbox, And this was played here in the New York area on WABC and WMCA. This is from May of '63. This is going out to Jaden. These are the Cupids. The Cupids on Anko Records. Their tune is called Brenda. Whoops.
Woo, woo, wee.
I really do. Can't you see my love for you will never die? Oh, Brenda, Brenda, I dream of you now and every night. Can't you see that I need your love? Oh, Brenda, be mine now and every night. Can't you see that I need your love?
Go. That's going out to Jaden there, the sound of the Cupids, May 1963. And you may have it on the KC record label. That would be Tommy Albergo. You have it on KC Records. First came out on the Anko label. Brenda is the name of the tune. That's Lenny Colton on lead. Let's stay in 1963. Fill a request for listener Gary Hendren in Alabama. We head to Philadelphia, back to Philadelphia, this group called the Coralettes. And they have, I think, 2 releases. First on the Kasoma record label, and then this one on Nita Records. I should say 2 overall releases. One on Kasoma and one on Nita. And this I bought from I bought this in one of the Allentown, PA shows I went to. I think from Tom Klein, if I'm not mistaken. And this is from April of 1963. This record sells for a lot of money now. I didn't pay a lot of money for this record. They're called the Coralettes. Coralettes on Nita. The song is called Tears on My Pillow, parentheses, and Pain in My Heart. This is for Gary Hendren in Alabama.
You only pull
As going out to Gary in Alabama, that's April 63 release, the Corlett. What did I say? The Corl, Corletts, Corlettes on the Nita label. Tears on My Pillow, parentheses, and Pain in My Heart is the name of the tune. I think that sells for like crazy money now. Anyway, we are in the year 1963, and way back in the beginning of the show, it was Jaden. It was somebody that came in under Jaden's code, and he asked if I played the Scott English record. Well, it's the 1963 block, and it's time to give a listen to Scott English. This is a big record out of Pittsburgh. I will say it's a request for Jaden, and this is the first of two on a label called Spokane Records. This was recorded by this Brooklyn, New York artist by the name of Scott English, and he's being backed up by a vocal group. They're known as the Accents. It's produced and arranged by Frank Carey. He also co-wrote this. This did chart. This charted nationally, but only number 87 on Cashbox, number 77 on Billboard, but it was a big number 5 record if you were tuned in to WHYN in Springfield, Massachusetts. This is for Jaden. His name is Scott English from November 63. It's called High on a Hill for Jaden.
Troubles were few, high on a hill, by our old rendezvous. Even I can't go on since you're gone, since you're gone, you're gone and I'm alone. We made a vow your hand so close to my heart. How could I know? How could I believe you would leave me this way? All my dreams, all my schemes, I've lost their glow since you're away. What can I do? Is there still a chance to have you, to hold you, to love you forevermore? High on a hill, I beckon to you. You were my life, I need you, I do. Till you come back to me, here I will be, high on a hill, high on a
As going out to listener Jaden there, that's Scott English from November 63. It's on the Spokane record label, the first of two on Spokane. This record also came out on Sultan. That is the second press on the Sultan label. High on a Hill is the name of the tune. Hopefully Johnny G not getting you high on the music. We got 3 more 45s to go before we sign off here. We are in the year 1963. Let's flip over a 45 from last week, actually requested by Emnon, who requested the A-side of this, and also Butch Ford in Hawaii This group out of Philadelphia called the Silhouettes. Their lead singer, Bill Horton, he left the group. He was replaced with a new lead singer. John Wilson was his name. Last week, we heard a song called Rent Man. It came out on a K. Williams Jr. record label. This week, Amnon requested the flip as well as Butch Ford. Let's go to July of 63, the Silhouettes. On the Junior label, it's called Your Love, parentheses, is All I Need. The Silhouettes for Butch Ford and Amnon.
When I was down on my luck, you helped me up, 'cause your love is all I need. I had money, yeah, and diamond rings. I had a fancy car, all of those expensive things, but when I lost them all, it was you who called, 'cause your love is all I need. Yeah, oh, women now, women, how they love me, yeah. You know, all of my friends, they just come around me. Well, when I got down and out, well, I knew without a doubt that only you I could depend. Well, now I know I've been missing. Well, a true love is really hard to find, but my whole life through, I'll stand by you, 'cause your love, is all I need. 'Cause your love now is all that I need. 'Cause your love is all that I need.
B-sides here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. I like that tune. That's a great two-sided 45. That's going out to Amnon and Butch Ford, July 63, the Silhouettes. On the Junior label, Your Love, parentheses, is All I Need. There you go. That's John Wilson on lead. Two more 45s to go here. Let's fill a request now for Rick in Philly in our YouTube chat as we head out to Chicago again. For the debut single for this group, came out on Philip Rifkin and Roy Love's Randy record label, also local to Chicago. The tune written by the lead singer, his name is Larry Montgomery. This tune produced by Andre Williams. This is from April of 63. They're called The Vows. The Vows on the Randy label. For Rick in Philly, it's called Girl in Red.
I woke up this morning sad and lonely. Woke up, got out of bed and searched the whole day through. Searched the whole day through, looking for that girl in red. Last night at the party, her smile left me hoping, but when she departed,
go. That's going out to Rick in Philly in our YouTube chat room. That Sound of the Vows out of Chicago. April 1963 on the Randy label. Girl in Red. Wasn't there a movie called Lady in Red? Wasn't that about John Dillinger? No, not... and she wore a red dress or something. That's how they identified him when they shot him, I think. Anyway, Johnny G losing his mind. Thank you all for being here. That's going to do it for the Vinyl Treasure Show. I want to thank you for joining Johnny G, listening to all these cool 45s that we played tonight, as requested by you, the listeners. So if you have a request, you can send it to me at vinyltreasures@aol.com. That's the best way to get me your requests. If I have it and it fits the format of the show, I'll feature it. If I don't have it, maybe I'll look for it. But sometimes it can be buried down in the no humidity basement. And we didn't really get bothered by the copyright police tonight. So, but you never know. If they ever tear down the video, that means when you go to it, it says blocked. It's for copyright content. I have to remove the song, and then they'll post it up, but it loses the chat. But I'll post a link to my vinyltreasures.net website, and at least you can stream it or download it. You're gonna be spoiled. You need the visual. You're so used to the visual here on the program. But thank you all for being here again. I had a fun time, as I did this week, doing all the shows and even preparing for all the shows. I put a lot of time into the show. So does Charlene. She helps me spend hours on the show. So and then again, I'm finding records that I didn't know I had. I have to look for them. But thank you all for being here, and I hope you had a good time. And I will be prepared. I'll see you on the next show here, either Wednesday night at 9 o'clock. No Thursday show next week, but I'll be back next Saturday beginning at 9 p.m., 9 to midnight Eastern Standard Time. Well, we did a little bit of overtime. And we're going to close the show tonight. Interesting song here. It's a request for listener Butch Ford. Now, all the books say this song is from 1959. No way. You could be the judge, but I'm ready to debate anybody on it. This is not first of all, it's not a 1959 print or press, and it doesn't have a 1959 sound. But the group is supposedly out of the Nutmeg State of Connecticut. They're known as the Blenders, and if you listen to this, it reminds me of a song that was done by the Travelers that was never released. It was only on that Relic LP, the best of Atlas Angletone, called Love Is All I Crave. I think that was it. But that's what this song sounds like. But I really think it was a song done originally by the Crickets called Your Love. That's where I think that this is from. I should backtrack. We have to change that, Charlene, because that Your Love is by Dean Barlow and the Crickets. But it features William Emery on lead, and the vocal background is by a group called the Ascots. I say this record is 1965 with an early 60s sound to it. They're called the Blenders. It's on the Wonder label. It's for Butch Ford in Hawaii. It's called Craving Your Love. Well, that's going to do it, folks. I am out of here. Don't forget to subscribe to my YouTube channel and tell your friends about the program. I'll be back here on YouTube and Oldies and More Radio next week on Wednesday night and also on Saturday night. Just want to say, everybody, thank you, Charlene, for all your help. And we're just going to say, folks, so long for Butch in Hawaii.
My heart a beat, that's what they do to me. On my knees I will pray,
I said, bring it on, home